Attention in the goat barn. Guess what, folks? It's 3 o'clock. It's straight up 3 o'clock. It's tea time. We're going to get started with senior showmanship. And so here in a little bit. So this is your first call. If you're in senior class showmanship, if you're in class 1, make your way over to see Darren Hibden, and he will get you checked in. So this is your first and second calls for showmanship. If you know that you're not going to participate in showmanship, if you could sure let us know up here at the announcer stand, we'd be super grateful, because then we won't be calling for your name, and that way you'll have an opportunity to show. Class 1 is entering the ring. Class 1 senior showmanship is entering the ring. First call, Class 2. First call, Class 2, senior showmanship. Class 2 should be in the makeup area. Class 2 should be in the makeup area.
Champion senior showman, I would go ahead and run your videos again.
Yes, testing. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for having me come up here and work with through your livestock and through a great set of kids today in terms of our showmanship, and then we're going to roll right in to the doe side of things. Showmanship is tough. Goats are hard to show, and all of these kids do a nice job out here. I'm sorting some out so that we'll keep and everything, and I'm not going to pinpoint or direct a lot of things today on showmanship, but hand pressure, being able to lead, being able to work these goats and do these things in the right manner of everything. We got does showing out here today with the wethers, and that's like comparing apples to oranges because there's truly two different techniques into the deal. We can show does on chain and never have to brace them. We can show wethers that way too, and I'll make kids do that throughout the day and everything. If you would, put your hands together, give all of these kids a round of applause out here for our first class of senior showmanship. I've sorted these off. These are the 5 that I'm selecting to come back in the overall deal. Congratulations to all of you guys. You are the 5 that I'm picking to come back to show for your division in senior showmanship. Congratulations to all of you. Good job, young lady. Good job, young lady. Good job, young lady. Good job, young man. Good job, young lady. Good job, brother. Good job. Thank you. Good job. Good job. are the keepers, these first 5. How many classes of seniors you got? Testing. We got our second class out here, and I sorted the ones that I'm going to bring back. There's just a few pet peeves of mine out here in this deal. I like to watch and visualize and study goats on the move. I think head carriage, I think the ability, there's two ways that we do it in today's time period. All of a sudden the halter has become prevalent across the United States. I'm kind of an old school guy that I still like chain. I don't hold it against. I think halters are good. I think it's another tool in our arsenal that we can use. Just a few different things out here with these kids over here in terms of leading, in terms of the way they stand up, the way they keep their goat moving all at the same time. And then when we park them and try to brace them, I mean, feet and leg placement is so crucial. We need to be square. We need to know where our legs go. We need to know where that neck and head-shoulder junction comes up out of the top of that shoulder instead of laying it out. Nose and head carriage is very, very high with me. I don't like to see goats with their nose sticking straight up in the air. The first give point is right behind their shoulder when that happens. I want that nose to be running where it's supposed to be going out here. Put your hands together, give those kids a round of applause. These are the four that I'm going to bring back. Jump. 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 Good job, young lady. Good, nice job. Let him get stretched a little too much. Okay. Good job, young lady. Good job. Good job, young lady. Good job. Good job, young lady.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Let's see if you can hear this a little bit better. Can you guys hear this a little bit better out in the stands? Yep. So those that were kept back from Class 2 were Emery Dieters, Lakin Rookstool, Caitlin Watkins, and Ella Neer. We're now have Class 3 in the ring, and we have Class 4 should be on deck. So if you are in Class 4, you should be making your way to the arena.
No, sis. You there. Hey, we got a real good set of kids out here, and we've got some girls and some young gentlemen out here that have worked real hard at it. So let's put our hands together, give them a round of applause. I'm going to point out some things. I will tell you, this young lady right here has got a big heart, okay? This doe would not cooperate for a long period of time, would she not? But she never gave up, and I mean, I need to commend you on that. And it wasn't, your ability is good, your doe gave up on you today, okay? So don't ever take that. Go back, keep working at it, okay? She'll be just fine out of it. Outstanding young lady right there. You can tell there's heart, there's try, there's desire, and that's very, very important to me out of the deal. These three on this front side are the three that stood out to me out of the deal. I'm not going to talk and give a lot of things of what they did or good, because we're going to get to see them again out of the deal. But those first three are the three that we're going to keep back out of the deal to bring back for our overall. Congratulations to all of you. Job. Job.
Our callbacks from Class 3. Our callbacks from Class 3 were Haley Lanham, Esther Neer, and Claire Rogers. Now in the ring is Class 4 of Senior Showmanship. We have 6 classes. So after this class, we'll have 2 more to finish out our Senior Showmanship before we select our top 5 showmen for the day. Class 5, this is your first and second calls for Class 5. Senior showmen should be making their way to the holding area. And I'd also like to introduce our judge for the day, Brian Kennedy. More about Brian in a bit. This afternoon, you're going to have the pleasure of watching Mr. Brian Kennedy evaluate our exhibitors today. Brian comes to us from Hennessy, Oklahoma, and has a farm and ranch background that focuses on cattle and wheat. I think you'll notice his talent in working with young people. He taught ag education from 1993 to 2013 in Hennessy Public Schools. He's now with the Kingfisher County Oklahoma State University Extension Service. He has a wife, Shannon, with 2 kiddos, Jacob and Katie, both who are students at Oklahoma State University. He judges shows across the United States and totally enjoys the opportunity to evaluate livestock and work with 4-H and FFA exhibitors. So let's put a nice warm welcome together for Mr. Brian Kennedy from Oklahoma.
Testing. Real big set of kids out here in this group, probably twice as many as we had in the last group out of the deal here. Put your hands together, give these kids a big round of applause. Really good showmen out here. A lot of kids that have a extremely good technique and very well disciplined in this game out of the deal. Showmanship is such a pet peeve out of the deal that one person likes it one way, another person likes it another. I try to encompass a lot of things together out of them here. Some of these kids get them a little too sprawled out. They don't keep them collected in line. Some of them get a little short out of the deal. Most all of them do a real good job on the chain out of it. We're going to keep the front 3 up here on this end here, but congratulations to all of you kiddos.
Our callbacks from Class 4 were Lizzie Van Jar, Shelby Sprague, and Savannah Emmert. Now entering the ring is Class 5. Class 5 is now entering the ring. We'll have one more class mark to complete, or Brian to complete this set of senior showmen.
Got one more set of seniors out here. Put your hands together. Great set of kids, man. They're whoever is educating these. I don't care if it's parents. I don't care if it's extension. I don't care if it's ag, FFA, out the deal. Great set of kids. They're real highly skilled. When we get the quality out here of what we have to do, it's really nitpicky deal. We're keeping these front three up here on this end. Congratulations to all of you.
Okay, our callbacks from Class 5, thank you, Mr. Kennedy, were Cameron Meyer, Cassidy Kirkham, and J.C. Falkenstein. Now in the ring is Class 6. This is our final class of senior showmanship, and so if you were a callback from classes 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, be making your way to the makeup area. If you were a callback from classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Testing. If you would, give these last group of our senior exhibitors a big round of applause out here. Great set of kids, just some of them a little bit more schooled than others out of the deal. I think there's 5 in this class that's deserving to make another round and another lap and be able to present again to us out here. But these front 5 get to make the sort. The rest of them are excused. Congratulations to all of you.
If you're following along with us today, those that he kept back from Class 6 were Lakin Walker, Alona Rogers, Delaney Figgy, Madeline Wagner, and Braylon Durham. Our judge today is Brian Kennedy from Hennessy, Oklahoma, and he is now evaluating our seniors. He will be selecting our top 5 senior goat showmen at the 2025 Kansas Junior Livestock Show.
if you would, give all these kids, I brought a lot of kids out here, and I think they deserve to come out here. I mean, these are an awful, awful good set of senior kids that understand what they're doing. I mean, you can read some intensity on their face and everything. Feet and leg placement, head carriage for the most part is awesome all the way through out of the deal. They've worked together, they're alert, they do what they're told to do out of it. Highly, highly, highly think you guys are a great, great set of kids that can show with a lot of kids across the United States, because I get the luxury to do this, and I'm not going to lie to you. This is the toughest part of this whole game on Brian Kennedy right here, is evaluating kids, okay? I love to evaluate livestock, and don't ever think it, don't take it to heart. Y'all have done some good things out here. It's just that it's a pet peeve of mine, and it's just my direction out of it today, and it could be totally different next time. I'm going to excuse all the kids on the outside out of the deal, and this is going to be my top 5. I don't know how I want that top 5 yet, because I'm going to work them again out of the deal, because I think they're that competitive. If you would, you can lead them off, young lady. Give them a big round of applause as they're excused. Okay, testing. I can tell you right now, this is 4 outstanding young ladies out here that are doing an outstanding job in presenting some does, 4 does and a wether out here. All of them have a little bit different characteristic to them about them. They do the fundamentals correct. They can show them on chain. They can show them on the push. Feet and leg placement is really, really, really good out of the deal. I commend all of you out of it. Just like I told you earlier today, showing wethers against does. Luckily, y'all are showing does up here more like a bracing doe too, which I commend the state of Kansas of doing that there, letting the kids show them how they need to be showed out of the deal. Awful, awful good job out here. This is what's going to happen today in senior showmanship out of the deal. I'm going to start with number 5. Out of this deal, the young lady with the wether is number 5 out here. If you can come out. She does an outstanding job in leading that wether off. She keeps him going. She keeps him square to the earth. She keeps everything balanced right out of the deal. I would like to see her just get a little bit more out of that wether when I handle him. Plain and simple. Just a pet peeve of mine. Other than that, outstanding, outstanding, awesome job. The young lady that's second in the line over there will be number 4 today. She does a really good job. I would like, her feet and legs good, her chain is awesome. I would like her to back off and have her shoulders back away from that goat. She wants to get over the top of him just a little bit for me. Other than that, young lady, do a great job. Proud of you. Now we're getting down into 3 young ladies out here that, man, you're talking about sorting a fine line here with these. Feet and legs are great. Head carriage is awesome. They know how to brace. They know what they're doing. Keep them lined out all the way around. The young lady on the end winds up being 3rd, and it's like splitting hairs, young lady. You do an awesome good job, too. These 2 young ladies right here hit me as hard as any of them in terms of their posture, in terms of their ability of how they handle that goat's head, how they take that goat off on lead, how they keep them goats square to the earth and keep them in line when you pull them out. Does a very, very good job. I don't know if it's a redhead thing, but I think there's 2 redheaded girls out here that's doing an awful good job. Commend both of you out of it. It's a coin toss. The young lady with the paints too, the traditional lemon head, is number 1. Congratulations.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
All right, people, thank you for your patience here. To announce the top 5 winners in our senior showmanship was JC Falkenstein. Reserve champion senior was Esther Neer. Third was Haley Lanham. Fourth was Caitlin Watkins. And fifth was Savannah Emmert. Let's put our hands together one more time for those young people. Now in the ring is our first class of junior or intermediate showmen. So this is our first class of intermediate showmen.
First set of intermediates out here. We're keeping these 3 on this side. If you would, give them a big round of applause. These 3 sort themselves to the top. The young ones on the other side just needs a little more time, a little bit more management out there, a little bit more just schooling and maturity, and they will get better out of the deal. Congratulations to you, first set of intermediates. We'll get to evaluate you here and again.
callbacks from our first class of intermediates was Sheridan Suckup, Jet Shanholzer, and Eli Hall. Now it is our 8th class, and this is our second heat of intermediate showmen. We have 6 heats of intermediate showmen if you're keeping along with the show today. So 6 heats, and our judge today is Mr. Brian Kennedy from Hennessy, Oklahoma. Brian, thank you for taking the opportunity to be so intentional with our youth today.
Congratulations to their second set of intermediates out here. Put your hands together. Give them a big round of applause if you would, please.
Our callbacks from Class 8 Intermediate Showman was Heidi Mingarelli and Emerson DeGravi. If I mispronounce your name, which I'm sure I just did, please help me to get that correct. Now entering the ring and now in the ring, DeGrave. Thank you. Is Class 9. So if you are in Class 10, you should be making your way to the makeup area.
Another awesome job out here. Put your hands together and give these kiddos a big round of applause out here. Do a good job. Just evident out here. These are the ones that I think are sorting and doing a really, really high quality job out of the deal. We're going to get to sort some of these back right here in a minute. Congratulations to all of you guys. You on that side, stay working at it. Go home, put a little more extra effort into it. Get them does or weathers out of that pen and get them broke to themselves in everything that they do with you and get them accustomed to it all out of the deal. Congratulations to all of you guys out of the deal.
Our callbacks from Class 9 Intermediate Showmanship were Carsey Kimsey, Lainey Hager, and Addie Rookstool. Now in the ring is Class 10 Intermediate Showman, and Class 11 should be on deck.
Testing. Another good group out here. Great set of kids. Give them a big round of applause out here for their efforts. They're doing a good job, just like that, young lady. Keep doing that on him and keep that neck back in him, and he'll stay in line better for you, okay? Congratulations to all of you.
Class 10, intermediate showmanship callbacks, Annalise Sheets, Zachary Marcy, and Keely Bryant were the 3 callbacks from Class 10. Now in the ring we have Class 11, showmanship, intermediate showmanship. We'll have one more class. Class 12 will be our last class in this intermediate division. So Class 12 will be our last class, and those young people should be in the makeup area.
Give these kiddos a big round of applause. They've come out here. It's getting long out of the deal. Congratulations to all of you. Good job, young man. Good job.
If you are if you are a callback from Class 7, Sheridan Suckup, Jet Shanholzer, Eli Hall, you should be in the makeup area. If you are a callback from Class 8, Heidi Mingarelli, Emerson DeGravy. If Class 9, Carsey Kimsey, Lainey Hager, Addie Rookstool, you should be in the makeup area. From Class 10, we should have Annalisa Sheets, Zachary Marcy, and Keely Bryant from Class 10. And Class 11, we should have Maya Neer and Joshua Neer. And now we're ready for Class 12. I'm super sorry that I was a little slow.
100% good out here. A great set of kids out here. These three are going to get the call back to come out here again. Highly schooled. We'll get to visualize them and let them work again. Young people on that side of the ring do a nice job too. Goat didn't cooperate quite as well. Some of them nose carriage and things that come into play here. Congratulations to all of you guys. Keep working at it. Keep coming into showmanship and you'll do nothing but get better.
Our callbacks from Class 12 were Andrew Morales, Avery Franklin, and Bo Dahl. We will be selecting out of this group of young people our top 5 intermediate showmen. So let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they come into the ring.
Unbelievable set of intermediates out here. Give these contestants a great big job here. Big round of applause. This side is my sort that I'm calling the front end out of the deal. Doesn't take nothing away from these. I thought these kids needed to be back out here. Difference is a little bit of technique out of the deal. Different in terms of keeping them in line, keeping them going and square to the earth out of the deal. Nothing to take away from you guys. You made it out here. That's a big feat in itself. But I really think the front end of our intermediates is right to the center of this ring out of the deal. The young lady, I mean, I'm just going to talk to you and tell you what I see in these kids. The young lady on this end does a really good job of keeping that neck up. Where she has a little bit of trouble is that goat ever so often wants to kind of look like he's pushing off of his front end a little bit. Because he ever so often, just like now, he's got his front leg back underneath him. Now we're getting better out of that deal. But ever so often he does that, but you do a very, very good job. Young lady here keeps him square to the ground. Hand carriage is right and everything. This young boy with this weather, you talk about one keeping him dead level out of the deal. Ever so often he wants to get a little too much out of him and he kicks out on him. The intensity of this young lady right here, if you read her when her first time she comes in the ring, you talk about this is 100% serious business in this young lady right here. And she backs it up. She knows where feet and legs go. Her hands, her gestures is all extremely good. Young man right here does an awesome job keeping that one elevated. Ever so often you go a little too hard on him and he kicks out on you, okay? And when he kicks out on you, first thing you got to do, you got to gather him back up, okay? Got to come out of him and gather him up. Young lady right here does a phenomenal job in keeping that one square to the ground, knows where he's at. Nose is just a little high ever so often out of the deal. The young man right here with the paint does a good job keeping him straight and square to the earth out of the deer. Ear set's great. The way you handle that one's head, you do a very good job there, elevating that one's neck up out of him and keeping him dead in line there. Young lady next here, she's got, does a very, very good job in her body position. Her angles are right. She gets ever so often that doe is wanting to give up a little bit out there, wants to kick out on her ever so often. Young man right here with the black-headed one here, just a little bit more intensity out of that deal. For me, out of it is the way I would call the shots out of it. Commend you, do a very, very, very good job out here. And I'm going to go out here and pick the top 5 out of it. And we will start off real quick like into the deal here. The young man with this weather is number 5 here. Congratulations to him. Bring him right on out here. The young lady right behind him is number 4 with the cape-shouldered one. Good job, young lady. Put him right in front of that one out of it. It starts getting a little bit tighter as we work our way through this deal and all the way around out of it. Young lady with this blonde-headed doe right here winds up being 3 in my mind. Congratulations to her. I think the intensity doubles up even more out of it here, and wouldn't argue with you how you did it out of the deal. It's a coin toss in my mind out of it. I think feet and legs are great. I think knowledge and skill set is extremely, extremely good here. Both of them are really, really competitive, but the young lady right there winds up being number 2. Congratulations to her. And your intermediate winner is this young lady right here. Good job.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Okay, results of the intermediate division. Winning champion intermediate was Heidi Mingarelli. Reserve champion was Lainey Hager. Third was Maya Neer. Fourth was Carsey Kimsey. And fifth was Andrew Morales. Now in the ring is our first class of juniors. Class 13, class 14 should be in the makeup area. Class 14 should be in the makeup area.
Sting, awesome set of juniors out here. Big round of applause. Smallest class we've had today out of it because they ran all the competition off back there. None of them wanted to compete against y'all, right? That's what I thought. Okay, congratulations out of these kids. They're doing a good job. The front side, I asked these kids how long they've been showing goats. Both of these three on the front end said they've been doing it a good while. We've got some first timers out here in the ring too, and they did a really good job. Young lady got a wonderful good brace on her goat a while ago. Young man right here's got a goat that's about the same size he is in terms of weight there out of it, but he's doing an excellent job too. Commend all of you out here. Both of them have done, all five of you did a great job. Congratulations.
Results from our first class of junior showmanship was our callbacks were Macy Lay and Lainey Dahl. Now in the class is class 14. Class 14 is in the ring, and so if you're in class 15, you should be in the makeup area. Class 15 should be in the makeup area.
Test. Another big round of applause. We're rolling through these juniors here. We're giving them some time, giving them an opportunity to work their goats in the ring and do the things that they need to do out here. And all I say is, kiddos, just keep working at it. Keep doing the things. Work hard at home. Get as much help as you can. Listen, and the more you work at it, the better you're going to get. Congratulations to all of you kiddos.
Results from Class 14, and please pardon if I get your name incorrect. Callbacks from Class 14 were Cassidy Wagner, Elias Garton, and Alex Williams. Those were the 3 callbacks from Class 14 Junior Showmanship. We're now ready for Class 15 Junior Showman. Class 15 Junior Showman. This will be your first and second call for Class 16 as we're kind of sifting through these pretty quickly.
Testing. We got 5 great young kids out here, and these exhibitors are working hard at it. We've got most of them are first-year timers out of it. They're staying on top of the game here and doing the things they need to do out of it. Technique is a little bit comes to play, but these two on the front end over here, these 2 boys right here, have done an outstanding job of just staying after it, staying working out there. They're looking at feet and legs. They're looking at where them goats are standing. They're holding them heads up right, and they keep them going. I mean, they ain't quit since they've been out here. Their technique is better in terms of their body, in terms of the way they position their hands and everything. Congratulations to all you guys. Give them a big round of applause if you would. Test. Another great set of young people out here. Give these young ones a big, 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 big round of applause. Congratulations, young lady. Good job, young lady. Good job, young lady. Good job, young man. Good job. Good job. Good job, young lady. Good job. Young man, you can come this way. Y'all, everybody behind him, come this way.
Callbacks from Class 16, Carly Heitman and Briley Rose. Now in the ring is Class 17, our second to the last class today. This is our second to the last class of Showmanship. So Class 18 should be in the holding area. Class 18 should be in the holding area.
Give these three young ladies and two young men a big round of applause here. Smaller classes, give them some time. Doesn't take anything away from the kids. You talk about there's some intensity in the ring right now. Little minds and little bodies are working real hard at it. And I mean, that is something special to see and visualize out here. Congratulations to all of you.
Callbacks from Class 17, Avery Mingarelli, Macy Hightower, and Renly Hager. This is our final class in the ring of junior showmanship. This is our final class of junior showmanship. So if you were a callback in junior showmanship, please be making your way to the holding area. Macy Lay, Lainey Dahl, Cassidy Wagner, Elia Garton, Alex Williams, Tucker Neer, Knox Fike, Carly Heitman, Briley Rose, Avery Mingarelli, Macy Hightower, and Renly Hager. You should all be in the makeup area. So the show order for this evening will be, after this class, we will select our top 5 overall junior showmen, and then there will be no break. There will be no break. We will roll right into the breeding doe show. So the breeding doe show will follow our selection of our champion and reserve champions and our top 5.
Testing, test. Don't know how many kids we went through today, but it's been a bunch, okay? Every kid in the building showing showmanship today? It's pretty amazing because there's been a pile of them out of it. Kansas need to be commended on that. Young lady, we're going to take the top 3 out of this set right here into our final drive that gets to do it again out of the deal. Just a little bit skill set and time. Those young ones down there on that end just need a little bit more time and a little bit more experience as we go through. Big round of applause as they exit the show ring and we get to judge the finals of the junior showmanship.
Callbacks from our last class, Class 18 and Junior Showmanship. Britton Hightower, Sadie Eggers, and Grace New. So those 3 young people, those 3 exhibitors are completing for the overall, top 5 overall junior exhibitors. Brian, thank you for taking and being so intentional and working with our young people today with showmanship, and our breeding doe show will be quick to follow.
It has been an impressive day, this number of kids in showmanship, to work through them. You got to give kids an opportunity to do this. When you got a lot of numbers of kids and they're working in here, the people, all you people in Kansas, y'all are doing a great, great thing here. You're schooling kids in the right way out of it. They're polite, they're awesome kids out of it. This is the last hurrah of showmanship. It has been tough. This has been as mental tough on Brian Kennedy as I've been in a show ring in a long, long time out of it. And it's just because I see the intensity, I see the drive, I see what is behind these kids and what they're doing and their work ethic and everything. I commend all of you. Kids, if you didn't get along today, is good. You didn't make the top 5. Don't get discouraged. You go home, you work your heinies off, you listen and you learn every day. If you would, give them a great, great big round of applause for me. This is the set that has sorted off to me all through the showmanship in their heat, as well as we bring them out here. There's different techniques out here. We've got some doe showers. We've got a couple, 2 or 3 weather showers out of the deal. But head carriage, feet and leg placement, ability to get around the ring and do some things. And where's some things that's even more important for little people, man, there is some intensity in this ring right now. And man, that is something that makes me so proud to see as some drive and some ambition and some enthusiasm to want to win, to want to compete. And I hope that stays with you the rest of your life, because ain't nobody going to give you nothing. You got to work at it. And if you don't work harder than the next person, you may not get it out of the deal. Commend all of you. We're just going to line them up. That's first, second, third, fourth, and fifth here in your junior showmanship.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ. There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Okay, we're a little slow up here, but here's your results from the junior champion junior showman was Macy Lay. Reserve champion was Sadie Eggers. Third was Cassidy Wagner. Fourth was Carly Heitman. And fifth was Renly Hager. Congratulations to those young people. And we are now starting our doe show. Thank you, Brian, and we'll just keep working.
As we start off our breeding doe show, we got to find these two, and when they hit the ring, they have to come to the top and work themselves up there pretty way. There is a big weight difference in terms of 1 and 2 out of this deal. I'm going to tell you, that just real simply put, if you put the pounds on that one there, that one comes into the heat of the race, and it becomes a knife fight out here because of 1 and 2, she's young, she's immature, but that one's awful good. She can't handle the rib, the body, the dimension of the one that starts the class. She's big ribbed, she's bold centered, she's big top, and she's wide fin, and she's sound enough in her makeup. She could have she's got a little more bulk to the base of her blade than I'd like to see, but that one fundamentally has to win. Quality's written all over this little gal right here. This one's sound structured, she can move, she's awesome in terms of her shape, her blade and her neck all fits her in the deal. If we make her pounds heavy, just like I said, it becomes a major battle. Big bodied, good built one here that winds up in 3 here. We like her shoulder, we like her neck, we like the extension down her top. She's not as powerful, she's not as wide construction, she's not as flexible on of her skeleton as the 2 that stands in front. The wild looking one winds up in 4 here. We love her neck set, but she is a little tighter and a little more typey in her body type than I'd like to see. She's a little straighter in terms of her blade angle and her knee set as we compare the ones. Soften her up, let her mature. If her front end stays in her, the young lady's got a really, really good project on her hands there. Another big bodied one that winds up next just doesn't hold herself in line. Correlation with her front shoulder blade depth to her chest floor to the relationship to her flank. Not as much symmetry as the ones that stand in front. Put your hands together, give those kids a round of applause if you would.
Okay, starting off the Doe Show, winning our first class is Macy Lay. Second was Shelby Sprague. Third was Lainey Dahl. Fourth was Cody McComb. Fourth was Rhett Parks. Fifth, Kaylee King. Seventh, Alexa Ellis. 8, Grace New. 9, Gracie Bailey. In 10th place was Catherine Tevington. Now in the class for division is class 2 of division 1.
Man, the front side of these are fun and well presented and well showed and high quality on them out of the deal. The one that wins, I think she wins. She's just fundamentally the right one to analyze out here. Feet and legs are right, shoulder blade shape's right, rib cage, neatness, quality, all comes to play. Feet and legs and structural correctness got some wow factor there. She's not as tall shouldered or long necked as the one that stands in two. The one in two is shapely. I mean, that one is big coming out of her shoulder, real big hip. But young lady, that one is straighter from the top of her blade to the point of her shoulder and then from the point of her shoulder to her knee as we look at it. We got to soften that one up and give her more flexibility. But one, when you put her in the propped up base there, that one has some look and some quality there. The paint is a big-bodied, stout-featured one that has got extra dimension on the top side of her skeleton, but as we start studying her and we put her into motion, she gets uncollected in terms of her movement. She's shorter out of her hip, she's more restricted in her hock, but we love her body shape that she brings to the table. We'd like to make her a notch taller at the point of her blade. That is where 4 comes involved here. She is taller shouldered. She's jet level in terms of her spine. She is sounder, but at the same token, she is flatter in terms of her forearm. She's narrower in terms of her chest. She's not as explosive on the top side of her skeleton as the one that stands in front. Another great looking one from the side, just simply needs more shape and more real dimension of center body width all the way through. A sound structured one that we love the length of hip and the length of front end, just need to give her more real dimension. Put your hands together, give them kids a round of applause if you would.
Winning first in Class 2, Division 1 was Lainey Hager from Miami County. 2 was Emery Dieters from Pottawatomie County. 3rd was Katie McComb from Pratt County. 4th was Megan Matukla from Skyline FFA. 5th was Cole Harris from Crawford. 6th was Heidi Foltz from Coffee County. 7th was Layla Pickering from Dickinson County. 8th was Michaela Jenkins from Lyon. 9 is Emmett Hall from Wyandotte. 10 is Shane Huber from Crawford. 11 was Kinsley Brucken, and 12 was Whitney New. Now in the ring is Class 3, Division 1. Class 3, Division 1. On deck in first call is Class 4, and that is the last division in Division 1. So Class 4 is needed in the makeup area.
Little different bag of tricks that we have out here. Didn't quite come together as some of the other ones did out of it. There's no doubt this one on the front side's got to win. Her balance and her build from the side, her body shape, her dimension of top, her shoulder blade shape, the way her neck ties up in the top of her blade there is all good. We get a little more critical of her when we put her into motion. She wants to get a little tied up in her spine, wants to be a little tighter in her hock and out of her stifle off of her rear too. But just sheer width, body type, presence, and balance has to win. The real good handling here that winds up in 2 that's off in her hip. She's one that's got really big shape to her top. She's good in terms of her center rib width. We'd like to change her hip angle there, but if we talk fundamentals and we talk about pulled apart in her blade with still rib shape and then elegance at the top of her blade, she has to come in second. Good looking one that winds up in 3rd. We like her length of body. We like her elevation of shoulder. We like her design from the side. She's simply flatter and narrower made as those that stand up there in front. She's not as explosive out of her hip, but she's better made and better balanced and better height, better looking than the one that winds up in 4. We like the muscle shape in 4, just need to make it in a better package. She's smaller in terms of her foot side, she's flatter in terms of her forearm, but her turn to her top side and her dimension out of her hip keeps her into play in this deal. A wide-bodied one here that's sound and flexible and good in terms of the fundamental sides of making a good brood doe, just doesn't have the shape and the expression as we like as the ones that stand in front. The ones over there on that side just need more width and dimension and quality all the way through. Put your hands together and give them a round of applause if you would.
Results from Class 3, Division 1. First place was Cody McComb. Second place was Araya Wilkerson. Third was Kennedy Holcomb. Fourth was Carly Heitman. Fifth was Piper Flory. Sixth was Abby Brown. Seventh is Quinn McKee. 8 is Lainey Culp. 9 is Lucinda Kukar. 10 was Jack Knoll. And that completes Class 3, Division 1. Now in the ring is Class 4, Division 1. This is our final class in the first division. We will show 4 divisions today. So this is the final. So if you were a first, second, or third in the first 3 classes, you should be in the makeup area.
to real nice pair on the front end of this deal. This blonde streak-faced one here's got to win. She's just the one that combination of balance and muscle and shape and true dimension coming out of the top side of her shoulder. She is really good in terms of her length of hip. She is super sound and flexible when we put her into motion. Her knee set's right, her shoulder blade shape is good. She reads to be more expressive than the one on the top side of her skeleton than the one in second. Both of them are average in terms of foot size and bone and forearm shape, though I just like the presence of shoulder blade all the way down her top line, all the way out through her tail compared to the 1 and 2. I like the cave-shouldered one a bunch. I think she's honestly bigger in terms of her cage, in terms of the center part of her rib, and I think she's a shot wider in terms of her hooks to pins there. But as I start studying her, I don't read as much honesty in terms of real dimension coming out of the top side of her shoulder. I don't read as much realness at the base of her skeleton than the one that wins, but she's a tall-shouldered one that is good looking from the side. Young lady does a real good job in presenting that one. A good made one here that is really a heavier boned and stouter footed one that winds up in third. She's nice in terms of her build. She's got some quality. She just runs out of gas. She doesn't open up with as much thickness and power out of her shoulder line, but as we put her into motion, that one's sound and functional build has to keep her up into the play here. There's so many things that we can upgrade that one too in terms of ability, in terms of a production doe out there. I like her kind awful well. We wind up in 4 and 5 here of two extremely heavy muscled big top ones here. With that comes to say we've got some issues in terms of structure there. They're tighter in their spine, they're shorter in terms of their hip. The one that's in 4 is bigger bodied and more useful in terms of her flank. I think she reads with more true hip dimension too. She's got to get looser in terms of her top line. We got to fix the angle to her shoulder as we compare her if we move her up into class. Same way goes, lots of muscle, lots of power, lots of shape there. Just simply needs to come in a better package structurally and conformation overall. And as we work our way through there, nice set of does all the way through. Put your hands together and give them a round of applause if you would.
Results for Class 4, Division 1, the final division in that final class in Division 1. Avery Franklin was 2. Haley Lanham, I'll start over. Avery Franklin was 1. Haley Lanham was 2. 3 was Myron Grady. 4th was Alona Rogers. 5 was Lakin Sutton. 6 was Rowley Caseker. 7. Oh. 7 was Near. 8 was Rowley Caseker. 9 was I Don't Know. And 10 was Marley Wise.
If you would, put your hands together. We've got 12 goats out here in the ring in our first division here, and we have first, seconds, and thirds in the lineup, and I mean, we pull them back out here together, and I'll tell you what I see in the differences of them, and man, I'm real happy with them. You step back and you study, these are the kind that I like. We started this show off with one that is extra special. That one brings a tremendous amount of presence to the ring. That one is, bar none, the biggest caged one of them that we have out here of the entire 12. She is naturally the widest made through her heart. She is really, really big up on the top side of her skeleton, and then she still stays really neat in her shoulder. We can get critical of that one. We would like to lengthen her hip ever so slightly out here, but after you get by that, we might take a little base of her blade out of her at the point of her shoulder there, but that's a high quality individual. The one that won in two, you talk about functionality. When that one goes into motion, that is a sound structured one that is super shapely on the top side of her skeleton. She is big in terms of her top line. She has got body shape to her. She's got bone and forearm. We get a little more critical of her from the side. She's not as tall shouldered. She's not as elegant up through her neck and through her head as the one that stands in front of her, but a high quality one that won that class. The brown black tinged one here that looks like she's got a little black paint that's blowed off of something in terms of fan, and that happens. I've had that happen to a bunch of them over the years too. But that one is a fresh appearing, awesome hair coated one that balances up extremely good when we stop her and stand there. Okay, her neck is right. She really is neat in terms of that, the top side of her shoulder, her head, and all the feature in terms of elegance and quality comes into play there. She reads level in terms of her lines out of it. Where we get more critical of that one, she's a lot straighter all the way off of both ends of her skeleton. She's straighter at the top of her blade, knee to the ground, and we put her into motion. She's not as collected out of her hip and through her stifle and hock. She wants to short step and wants to close up just a hair, but a striking one from the side when we leave her on the push and on the chain there. The one that won that heavy class, that is a neat, good balanced one that is strong and straight in her lines, level in terms of her hip, neat in terms of her blade and shoulder there. She's one that, she's the lightest featured one out here in terms of true foot size, bone, and forearm shape, but still yet her quality and her build has to keep coming into play there. I'd like to make her bigger in terms of her pins all the way through from hooks to tail there to make her just a shot more explosive when we get right behind her though. Put your hands together, give them another big round of applause, and we'll go out here and congratulate the one that I think's best in D1. Congratulations, young lady. Man, this is challenging. The littlest one that's been in the ring all day comes in as the second place in her very first class of the show there. And I'm telling you guys, for a pounds light one, that one's got quality out all over her in terms of just right kind of rib shape, top line, dimension, feet and legs are right, width of chest, and all the quality aspects. Young lady, I think she's second best out here. Congratulations to you. Gets a lot closer out here. I think that was an outlying pair out of it out here. There's give and take. You could flip a coin and do some different things. It just depends upon where your priorities are. I like the fundamentals in terms of feet and legs and still having the right kind of true body shape and dimension. Young lady that wins class 2 has your third overall.
Winning champion in our first division, both champion and reserve champion come from class 1. Macy Lay had champion, Shelby Sprague had reserve champion. Third in Division 1 came from Class 2, Lainey Hager. We're now ready for our Division 2, Class 5. Division 2, Class 5 should be entering the ring.
Lainey Hager got
Third. You didn't pick 5. Remember, we just picked 3.
Nice little class that comes together. The red-legged one here, I think, is the most compositionally correct one out here. If we talk about true body shape and dimension from the bottom side to the top side of her skeleton, she comes with more natural width of waist in terms of her heart. She leaves with more dimension from stifle to stifle and stays square from hock to the ground. You get on top of her, her muscle shape reads good. She's bigger out of her hip and wider in terms of her pins, and I honestly think she's longer in terms of her hip. Her blade and all that correlates okay. She's a notch deeper in terms of her build than the one that's in 2, but I think functionality, we have to find that one to win. We like the lines of that one that winds up in 2. She touches good from shoulder to hip. She wants to narrow from hooks to pins, and she gets flatter in terms of her leg and stifle as the one that stands up in front of her. I'd like to change her balance a little bit. Take a little bulk out of the top side of her shoulder there, but she does have muscle, and we have to keep her in that mind. She's not as collectively good in terms of her movement as the class winner. The big fuzzy one looks like she's great bodied, and she looks like she's got a tremendous amount of dimension to her. She disappoints you when you get your hands on her. She's not as explosive in terms of her real width that she brings. She needs to be wider both on the top and bottom side of her skeleton there. She needs actually more condition on her to really play with this bunch. As we work our way through 4 and 5 we got some goats that's got some width and some dimension to them. We got 1 and 5 that's great looking from the side, but is too small-footed and fine bone out here, but we like her shape. We need to make this one balanced better to move up in class. Put your hands together. Give them a big round of applause. Joe.
Winning first in Class 5, Division 2 was Jaden Parks. Second was Adeline Robinson. Third was Caitlin Watkins. Fourth was Bryn Hilton. 5, Alona Rogers. 6, Chesney Dickinson. 7, Rhett Parks. And rounding out the class in 8th was Bodie Stitham. We're now in Class 6, Division 2. Class 6, Division 2. This is your first call for Class 7, Division 2. Eleanor Timish from Reno County. You are needed in the makeup area. Eleanor Timish.
Pretty interesting little set of goats that we have out here. And I think this front side is pretty dadgum close. When you really study them and you break them down, I think both of them are sound in terms of their build. I think one's just a notch neater in terms of blade width, in terms of real, true, honest curvature to the upper part of her forerib, and then dimensionally gets wider as you go back. I think she transitions better in terms of body type. I think her angle to her blade and her knee to the ground is better than the one that winds up in two. She's not as wide based and she's not as big legged from behind. She's not as powerful in terms of her width of stifle. But I think the fundamentals that all the pieces has to tie together in that one to win. I love the elevation of shoulder. I love the length of neck in this one here. That young lady gets all she can out of that doe right there. She makes that one run uphill. That one is deeper from the top side of its blade to its chest floor when in relation if we compare her to her class winner. She's a long spine one that's long in her hip. She doesn't read as explosive coming out of her shoulder, and that all ties together the way she's made up through her front end. Sound structured, good looking one that winds up second, and a real close placing out of the deal. Wouldn't argue if you wanted to flip them. Good bodied, good built one that winds up next. Fundamentally sound. She's functional in her build. Her body's right. She's sound in terms of her structure. She's level in terms of her design. She's bold in terms of her chest. She doesn't read with the thickness and authority and shape down the top side of her skeleton as either of the two that stand there. Big bodied, big legged one here that winds up in 4 here. We like those things about them. That one is plainer in terms of its shoulder blade and neck set, not as elegant through her front end. She's level in terms of her spine. She's big in terms of her loin, but she wants to narrow up in terms of her pins. We got to make her more real and more true dimensional to the base of her rib and her chest floor compared to the ones that stand in front. Long-bodied, good-looking one here that winds up next here, tall-shouldered and complete, reads good out of her hip, needs more substance, needs more bone, and just more real product and cage and dimension to make her compete in this class. Congratulations to all you individuals out here. Give them a round of applause if you would. Good job, young lady. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job, young lady.
Thank you.
You bet.
Winning class 6, Division 2, Shelby Sprague. Second, all right, a quick double check of the results before we announced them from Class 6 Division 2, but winning that class was Shelby Sprague. Second was Haley Lanham. Third was Reese Grady. Fourth was Kaiser Nemechek. 5 was Piper Flory. 6 was Katie Aubert. 7, Briley Rose. 8, Ashlyn Lukert. 9, Isaiah Hall. In 10th was Lucinda Kukar. And 11th was Aaron Huber. We're now in the last class of Division 3. So this will be the final class for Division 2, not Division 3. Class 7 is in the ring. So if you were a first, second, or third from classes 5 or 6, if you were a first, second, or third in classes 5 and 6, you need to be in the makeup area.
Testing. Again, we work a good pair up to the front side of this class here, and this ball-faced one, in my mind's got to win just on sheer quality, balance, and type and kind. Her body shape, her blade, her feet and legs is tremendous. She's wider and she's bolder at the top of her rib, and she's bigger in her pin set, and she's square from hock to the ground when we put her into motion. Like to change her angle to her knee ever so slightly, but she's a big bone, good-footed one that is sound. Real hard backed one here that's lean and crisp to the touch. Her blade's right, her neck set's right. She's narrow from hooks to pins, and she's flatter in terms of her stifle compared to real width as we compare to the class winner, but a dang nice one that winds up in 2. Big-bodied one here that winds up in 3. Functionality just doesn't hold herself together in terms of her blade shape and her neck set. We like her rib, we like her dimension of hip. She needs to change from her shoulder blade to the ground. Good-looking one that winds up in 4 that simply runs out of gas. She's not as bold in terms of her cage. She's not as expressive in terms of her pins. We'd like to give her a shot more foot and forearm in her. Love the balance, love the quality of, love the femininity of this cage-fronted one's front end here. You talk about neck sets right, dead level spine, long hip, big-footed and good-boned and sound. Just simply needs to be wider, young lady, for Brian Kennedy. I've got to give her more true turn to her rib, open her up in her heart and chest, but a good one that winds up in 5 there. Big-bodied one over there. We walk into 6 there. She's got extra spread to her. She wants to get too easy and wants to get out in her blade. Not as good in terms of top line. Got some muscle, got some quality all the way through there. Put your hands together and give them a round of applause.
Winning Class 7 Division 2 was Lakin Walker. 2 was Ella Neer. 3 was Josie Robinson. 4 was Eleanor Tamish. 5 is Chevy Durr. 6 is Kristen Cohn. 7, Margaret Foltz. 8, Emerson DeGravi. 9 is Neely Castillo. And 10 was Leah Grisel. We're now ready to select our division champions. In the ring, we should have our first, second, and thirds from classes 5, 6, and 7.
Testing. If you would, put your hands together and give all these 12 young ladies a big round of applause, or 9 young ladies a big round of applause. They deserve it. A nice set on the front side. The red-legged one was a nice one to win that class. I think just composition in terms of rib and body and real true shape on the top side of her skeleton. We have to come and play and find those things. I think that's really a honest, good, youthful one that'll make a dadgum nice doe for this young lady or whoever's herd that she goes into out there. Is she the biggest boned one? No. But she's a good one that we got to find out there. I think she had the least problems in that class and the most composition overall to win. The one that won the middle class has a lot of good things about her. She's real striking from the side. Her shoulder blade's right. Her neck set's long in her. She's one that I question just ever so slightly in terms of her upper rib compared to the ones that stand on either side of her. But I think she gives you a good look. Where I get critical of this one the most out of as we compare it to the ones on the front side of the line, I'd like to make her wider in terms of her pins, and I'd like to make her truer in terms of her hock to the ground and make her give her more natural width of base when she goes away from us. But that's being critical of a really nice one that's body's right and her loin's big, and she's got good real shape from the side. The one that won that third class is one that is striking from the side. Her shoulder blade set, her length and height of shoulder, her neck is really, really good. Her feet and legs are awesome. She's naturally the widest based one in terms of true honesty, in terms of the base of her cage to the ground that stays true in relation from shoulder blade all the way to her knee, as well from stifle to hock to the ground out here. We love her look. She's not as wild in terms of muscle shape, in terms of hip and power, but she's truly, honestly got plenty of muscle down her top side, and she's bar none big and correct in terms of her pins. You can do a couple different things. If you like them typier out of the deal, that's got a little more loin in them, but has some issues in terms of feet and legs out of the deal, you can go with the one in the middle. Or if you like them that's really sound and functional and complete and overall, it still has plenty enough muscle and body like I like them. Young lady that wins class 3, she has your champion. We bring that second place one out here, and I mean, that's a hard muscled one. The young lady's done a nice job, and it's a closer tie-in between these two right here in terms of the middle class and the heavy class out here in this division. You can argue this deal a whole lot out of it, but I think just build and balance and shoulder blade and quality has to lead towards the one that wins the middle. She has your reserve champion in Division 2. We rock right on through this deal, and the front side in all of these classes are good, and we appreciate those things. And that redneck one comes into play that I talked to her as being a super tall shouldered one that reads good up high and sound and functional in terms of her build. I like her third best in this division. Congratulations to you.
Results of Division 2. Champion is Lakin Walker from Saline County. Reserve champion, Division 2, Shelby Sprague, Marmaton Valley FFA. And third from Division 2 would be Haley Lanham. So one more time, let's put our hands together for those young people. Now entering the ring is Division 3. Division 3.
The dark necked one has to win this class. I mean, she has the most quality, she has the most ribs, she has the most honesty in terms of real shape. She presents herself in terms of her elegance through her shoulder blade and neck set. She's long and loose in terms of her spine, and flexibility comes to play in this deal. I'd like to make her a shot leveler in terms of her tail set, but that's a nice doe that I'm being critical. Body shape and build and just real raw dimension comes to play in the 1 and 2 there. We like those things. She's not as good in terms of her blade. She's not as smooth and elegant in terms of her neck and extension up through there. But if you want to talk about one that has got center rib and cage and bigness of hip, we got to appreciate that. That one stands up in the mix. Big, tall shouldered one that's long bodied, just a little plainer in terms of her features. She's a little lighter in terms of her bone and smaller in terms of her foot, but she reads lean and shapely to her top, and her shoulder blade and neck sets right into her there. Just not as true in terms of real honest and cage and power as the ones that stand in front. Big bodied one here that winds up next in 4 there. She's got some shape, she's got some expression to her hip. Just she wants to run downhill and wants to tuck her head and neck down into the base of her shoulder there. We'd like to make her neater in terms of her balance and kind. Long-bodied, pretty made one that winds up next. A chunky one here that's carrying too much weight to the front end of her skeleton. And the black-shouldered one there, we like her bone and foot size and grow in her. Just plainer in terms of her overall build. Put your hands together. Give those exhibitors a round of applause if you would.
Winning Class 8, the first class of Division 3 was Shelby Sprague. Second was Avery Mingarelli. Third was Area Wilkerson. Fourth was Jet Shanholzer. 5, Cannon Vanjar. 6, Sydney Laudison. And 7, Weston Aubert. Now in the ring is Class 9, our second class of Division 3.
Young man brings this red-shouldered one to the ring, and she's the show doe in the class out here. One that's really, really striking from the side. Her rib is up in her right. Her cage is built. Her top side is good. Her elegance, the way she comes out of her shoulder into her neck. She's big up high and she's sound in terms of her structure. She's not the fattest legged one out here in terms of sheer substance and bone dimension, but her quality and her balance and her completeness has to win this class. Real Barley one that winds up in 2 here. She is stouter and fuzzier. She's not as neat in terms of the way her angles are in terms of her blade and neck set all the way to the ground, but she's wide made and she's really wide from loin edge to loin edge, and she's bigger in her pin set and truer in terms of her base than the one that winds up in 3. The young lady in 3, man, that is a hard muscled one that touches extremely hard, maybe a nickel 2 lean out of the deal. I'd like to change her hip design. I'd like to make her wider and more collected in terms of her rear leg, and I think all of that correlates back up in terms of her pin set, but she is neat bodied, she is big back. I'd like to make her elevate just a skosh out of her blade. Good looking one here that winds up in 4. Dead level spine, super sound in terms of structure, big in terms of heart and cage there, just simply runs out of gas, young lady, from her last rib back compared to the ones that stand in front. If we could give her big legs, we could give her a bigger pin set, we could really get serious about pushing that one and contend to win a class here. Great big tall shouldered, big footed, stout boned one here that's real pretty from the side. She just simply is another one that's flatter in terms of her forerib, narrower in terms of her hip, but foot size, bone shape still comes to play. Her balance, she just needs to be a bolder kind of a female there to move up out here. Put your hands together, give all these kiddos a big round of applause.
Winning first in Class 9, Division 3 was Cole Harris. Second was Renly Hager. Third was Cassidy Wagner. Fourth was Myra Myneer. Fifth was Jaden Parks. Sixth was Faith Lukert. Seventh was Grace Shanholzer. Eighth, Alexandra Seidel. 9 is Caden Besser. 10 was Caden Guthrie. And 11th was Cody Newdigger. Now in the ring is Class 3 of Division 10. This is a first call for Class 11. First call, Class 11.
Man, the young lady brings a painted up one that is striking out here. You talk about the one that's got a tremendous amount of quality. That one is big-footed, stout-legged, elegant in terms of her shoulder and her neck. Her cage is big, her hip line's right, sound and functional. We could talk all day about a really, really good one there. Young lady, you need to be happy with that one. The one that is in two, she is the other neat-looking one. She's good in terms of her blade, long in terms of her neck. She's big in terms of her forearm. She is flatter in terms of her forerib. Doesn't have as much turn to her top line, but her balance, her functionality, and quality, we got to keep running her up there in two. The one in three is a complete one, awesome bodied one in terms of depth and still be shallow. She reads super good down in terms of her spine and handles good too. She's tighter out of her hip. She's tighter in terms of her motion off of her hock and off of her rear leg, but that's a dang good quality one that winds up in third there. The young lady that winds up in four with a cape-shouldered one is neat and tall-shouldered. Doesn't hold herself together quite as well. She's round and neat in terms of her forerib, but when you get in terms of the rear three-quarter view, she wants to narrow and flatten and get in terms of her pin width and get flat when we get right behind her, but her body line is really good and she's sound. Super sound, the most collected one, that actually is the most athletic one of the top five there in terms of just sportiness and flexibility, but she's also the smallest footed and lightest bone one there. Her body and build is good. We just need to expand her and give her more real true dimension to compete and fight for the class up there in front of them there. Awesome set of goats, great set of kids. Put your round of applause together if you would as they exit. Testing. The third division of the day out here. Another 9 set of kids that deserve a big round of applause, and then we can get on through with it out of the deal because they're deserving of this. They've worked hard to this point out of it. They've won their respective classes, and now they're fighting to win a banner out here and potentially show tomorrow night at 5:30. That red-shouldered, dark-necked one there is good-bodied and functional and neat in her look from the side. She's not as explosive in terms of her hip design as the other two that stand behind her, but she's big-boned and she's sound and complete and gives you a quality look. Really, really tall-shouldered one that's super freaky to the touch in terms of handle, hard touching, not as wide as the one in front or the one behind. Not as big in terms of her feet and bone and her feature that she brings, but she is very, very striking about her look, and her muscle texture is extremely good. A wonderful breeding piece for that young man. Then we got old Payne out here that you talk about one that all the puzzle pieces all come together there. That one ties lots and lots of positives together. Her body, her dimension, her look, her skull, her feature. I could go on for days about that one. Congratulations, young lady. That's an awful good one right there to win this third division.
Winning champion in Division 3 is Sadie Eggers. Replacing her in the lineup is Carly Durr.
Second place comes in, a really, really neat, attractive one from the side. Didn't have the turn or the dimensions and the feature as the one that wins there, but a good quality one that winds up in the second hole there. And I think when you bring her in the mix, it gets tighter in terms of the race involved here. But on one I like second best today, that's the young lady that wins the first class out of this, and she has your reserve division. We follow right behind this, the one that we have to keep in type of this division here. Congratulations, young lady, was second of the heavy class. She has third overall.
So champion in Division 3 is owned by Sadie Eggers of Woodson County. Reserve champion is Shelby Sprague of Marmaton Valley FFA. And third was Carly Durr of McPherson County. So we're now ready for our final division for the day, Division 4. In this final division, there are 4 classes in Division 4. So this is the first call for Class 12, the second class in Division 12. First call, Division 4, Class 12.
the traditional mark one comes. She was the first one that come into the ring, and man, that one's got some really, really good big pieces about her. The round-bodied, good-shouldered, well-balanced, high-quality kind of a female that's structurally sound in terms of her makeup. She's bigger in terms all of her dimensional aspects in this class, and she overwhelms everything in those areas there. We'd maybe like to make her maybe a stout, a shot stouter featured in terms of her foot size, and that's just in relationship with the amount of body and true dimension she has. Boy, that one does, when she gets her propped up, that one looks extremely well. The paint is the second one that we have to appreciate. Her leanness, her shape, her extension that she has all the way through. She's not as good out of her hip. She's not as big and bold in terms of her dimensions out of that as we compare that, but she's a long-necked, high-quality one that works her way into second pretty easy. The dimension and the overall width of body and kind, just the power look of fore-rib and doability and flank and structural correctness of this white doe, we have to appreciate. She's not going to wow anybody in terms of neck set. She's not going to wow anybody in terms of real, true, groovy muscle shape. But if you talk about one that's wide and big caged and big pinned and fundamentally good at the ground, we got to keep her up in the mix. A tall shouldered one here that the young lady brings into the equation here that looks like she runs uphill. She's one that's plenty straight in terms of her blade to her knee to the ground. She doesn't get as true in terms of her true hip dimension. From her stifle down is where I get really concerned about her. I like a lot of good things about her. She runs uphill. I think she fundamentally fits in the third hoe. Like to make her sounder off of her front end and give her true, more honest width in terms of her blade and forearm shape. Really powerful one that winds up in 5 there. Just balance and kind just doesn't come to play there. She wants to run downhill and get weak behind her blade there. But if we look at true depth of turn to her loin and bigness and dimension of hip and stifle and bone shape, we got to keep her up in the mix. Congratulations, big class out here. Put your hands together and give these kiddos a round of applause.
Winning first in Class 11 Division 4 was Lizzie Van Jar. Second was Esther Neer. Third, Heidi Mingarelli. Fourth, Addie Rookstool. 5, Macy Hightower. 6, Easton Flaming. 7, Luke Leffert. 8, Alex Williams. 9, Lydia Foltz. 10, Josie Robinson. 11, Tucker Neer. 12, Adelie Eli. 13, Makla Jenkins. 14th, Skylar Andres. Now in the ring is Class 12, Division 4.
for a big, heavier, older class set of does here. We've got a pair on this top end, little differing type when we just step back and we analyze and balance and proportion the things out of the equation when we start looking at them. And the one that wins, and she's winning just because she's taller shouldered, she's neater in terms of her blade, she's longer in terms of her neck, she's athletic in terms of her build, she's not as dimensional as the one that stands behind her. She's not as big in terms of her rack, or she's not as big in terms of her loin. But as she is bigger, she is wider and bigger from her hooks to her pins, and she is more explosive to the base of her leg and stifle. We put her into motion, she stays collected, and she holds herself just a shot truer in terms of shoulder to hip. We'd like to crank her tail up just ever so slightly. I'd like to give her a shot of bone, but we got to find her for the complete one that we have in the ring. Stout featured one here, young lady. That one right there, I will promise you, is big-footed and burly. I love that about her. It starts at her skull and it runs all the way through the center part of her, out of it. Her feet and legs are sound and big. She just doesn't hold herself together. She's not as naturally tall at the point of her shoulder. She is round in terms of her body, but she wants to get a little bit flat right at the base of her forearm compared to the one that wins there. Awful good one that stands in 2. The yellow headwood one is really striking from the side. Jet level spine, sound and flexible, big in terms of her top line, just not enough feature compared to the ones that stand in front of her. Love the look, love the athletic ability of the one that's in 4. She's dead level spine too, great in terms of her hip. She almost gets too soft in terms of her passion when we put her into motion, but that's a good breeding female that we breed her to the right billy and bulk her up and give her more shot of bone that she could lay down and have a good one. Burly one here that winds up in 5. She looks like she's stout, but she is the flattest in terms of her forearm and the narrowest in terms of her chest of the 4 that stand in front of her there. But she's got enough muscle, she's got enough length of hip, her feet and her bone is right, gives you a look, and she's sound in terms of her build. Congratulations to all the kiddos out here in this class. Give them a round of applause if you would.
Winning first in Class 12, Division 4, Cody McComb. Second was Laney Hager. Third was Delaney Figgy. Fourth is Creighton Dieters. 5 is Knox Fike. 6 is Madeline Wagner. 7 is Joshua Neer. 8 is Emil Pickren. 9 is Braxton Guthrie. 10, Addie Franklin. 11, Jet Shanholzer. And 12 is Braylee Aguilar. We are now ready for Class 13, Division 4. Class 13, Division 4. And this is your first call for Class 14, Division 4.
We could say lots of things about the one that starts this class, and that one's pretty hard to critique. When you talk about trying to pick a hole in that one, it's pretty tough. For the way that one's built, in terms of her mass, in terms of her body shape, still extremely good at her blade, and her angles are all right. Her neck comes up out of the right hole there. Just as crazy in terms of her build as you could ever want a doe at this size and this weight. We might get just a critical, and I mean, I'm being picky on one that I think is awful good. Maybe change her tail set and expand her pins, maybe just a little bit, but then we'd have a complete freak of nature on us out of that deal, and I'm telling you, that one's awful good, young lady. I'd be real proud of that one. The young lady that winds up in two, we're not taking anything away. That one is a big bodied one. That is round and explosive. In terms of true dimensional look, she is wild and big up high, and she is bigger in terms of her loin than the one that's walking out the gate right now. But when we back off and look at her, not as featured, not the quality, not the craziness in terms of height of shoulder, feet, bone, substance, and structure as the one that wins. But if you talk about one that's got the right kind of build that could breed on and make goats better, just make them a little stouter. Young lady, that one definitely deserves in two. Tall-shouldered, good-looking one that's bigger bone than the one that's in two. She's neater in terms of her blade. She's not as round in terms of her body. She's not as big in terms of her top. But if we talk about length of body, style, and balance, she still has to fit up in the top of this class out of it because she's sound structured and still good in her overall build. Thick one here. She gets way too bulky for me up to her blade, and she needs to be longer and more extended in terms of her neck. She's the fattest one of the top five out here. We got to render her down. I don't think there's as much honesty in terms of real shape as the ones that stand in front. Then we end in five. That's a big functional built one here. Just not enough good in terms of the overall collectiveness of balance and structure and strength of lines all the way through. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. We're getting close to the end of this deal. We're going to keep battling through it.
One, winning first place, Class 13, Division 4, J.C. Falkenstein. 2, Adeline Robinson. 3, Kaylee King. 4, Andrew Morales. 5, Carly Heitman. 6, Chesney Dickinson. 7 is Briley Rose. 8, Grace Shanholzer. 9, Robert Schagel. 10, Sean Scott. 11, Alexandra Seidel. 12, Kaylee Snyder. Now entering the ring is Class 14 of Division 4. This is our Class 14, and then we have one more class. Class 15 should be in the holding area.
The young lady that wins this class does in just sheer balance and completeness and freshness and build there. She's still elevated in terms of her chest floor. She's still tall at the point of her shoulder. She's sound and flexible and just gives you the better look in terms of height of shoulder and body type and design here we got to find. Big, stout, bulky one that's got big muscles and big feet just doesn't hold herself together in terms of lines and strength of top line and body shape and neatness of shoulder and neck. A long, big-bodied one here that's flat and good in terms of her hip that just gets plain and too over-conditioned in terms of her condition there. She needs to be more shapely when we read her down her top. The long-sided paint, cape-shouldered one here is fundamentally really correct in terms of her build. She's sound, she's wide, she's got width and dimension, just runs out of shape. She's got a little more bark on her than I'd like to see there, but fundamentally I think that makes a dang nice doe for the young man to make a good breeding piece overall out of it. Big stout one that comes next in the equation, just doesn't hold herself together, wants to push a bulk of her weight to the front third of her skeleton there, but she's sound and she can move there. Put your hands together, give those kiddos a round of applause.
Results of Class 14, the fourth class in Division 4. Cameron Meyer was first. Second was Ryan Neal. Third, Skylar Andres. Fourth, Caden Guthrie. 5, Sheridan Suckup. Sixth, Neely Castillo. 7, Braxton Guthrie. 8 is Clayton Hessman. Now in the ring is our final doe class for the day, the class we've been looking for all day. Class 15. And so we need, if you were a first, second, or third place in classes 11, 12, 13, or 14, you're needed in the makeup area if you are first, second, or third.
The last class of the day. We've been looking for this today. We've worked through a lot of goats today and had a heck of a nice run out of it. We got one more division. And I'm going to tell you, for the last class of the day, the young lady brings this spot back one out here in the ring. And when we get to this size and this maturity, there's lots of things don't always fit together. Okay, and I'm telling you, what this one does, she is up in terms of her chest floor. She's still neat in terms of her body. She's strong in terms of her lines and youthful about her head and neck still yet. She has width of base in terms of her body and shape to her cage and dimension in terms of her top line. High quality kind of an animal to win a heavyweight class. Big, bulky, stout one that's great big footed. She wants to rock her feet weight going forward. She's straight in her terms of her blade, but we got to admire the amount of width and power that she brings to the table. She is the second shallowest one out here in this equation. Big bodied one here that comes next, just a little bit overdone. She's already been down that line of everything. She needs to kind of just go out and start becoming a doe here out of the deal. She's a little overcooked for me. We got to lean her up, make her more real, same way as we work our way through this deal. We got some balance, we got some issues of some dimension and stuff just to make our quality better out of the deal. Congratulations on the last class of the day to all of those exhibitors, if you would, please. Big round of applause. Good job, everybody.
Results for Class 15, Division 4. Winning first was Claire Rogers. Second was Grace Leffert. Third was Chance Scott. Fourth was Skylar Andres. Fifth was Dylan Schlegel. Sixth was Dylan Schlegel. Now, the final drive of the Class Division 4 drive. We have the top 3 does from each of those divisions. If you were third in Class 15, we need your doe. Chance Scott.
Final drive of this division is here. Been a nice drive. The front side of this deal has been really, really nice out of it. I think you can kind of see the kind that I like and the ones that would sort up to the top out of the deal, and these fit the bill here. We're getting into some size and some maturity issues that come into play when we get into these heavier weight division on these market breeding does, hair does, whatever you want to call them, out of the deal. Fundamentally, these are the correct built ones there that still have the right kind of look and balance and just quality all the way through out of the deal. If you would, put your hands together one last time for a great set of kids out here with an awesome, nice set of does out of it. You can pick and match a couple different ways that you want to do it out of the deal. And I think it's not to take anything away from our last two classes. Them are good kind of does that are ready to be production oriented kind of does that needs to go into some breeding program out of the deal. Just youthfulness and quality aspects of some characteristic points of views. It's just not there, and it's that time. Doesn't take anything away. They still are in the mix out of it. It boils down between the front three in this equation out here. All of them are a little bit different in type out of the deal. We have ones that are really straight in their lines. They're big in their back, and they're good in their build and structurally right in their structure and the way they tie together all the components out here. Not going to talk about it anymore. I think there is one outlier in the whole bunch that is as intriguing as I've looked at. One that comes up out of the top of her shoulder and extends as good up out of the top of her blade to still have true width of cage and angle to her shoulder. The top side of her blade fits her skeleton, and then she explodes into a big forearm, big forerib, awesome neck out of the deal, and this gal can flat motor. The winner in the middle out here of this blonde-headed doe is your champion. Congratulations to her. The white doe that stood second in that class pulls up, and I mean that's a youthful one. I mean youthful one that's got a lot of positives together out of it. She is bold-bodied and big and kind and level in terms of her makeup. Not as stout in terms of her feature, not as explosive in terms of her foot size and true bone shape all the way from her forearm to the ground. Boils down between these two, and I think this is close. You want one that's a little better hip. You want one that's a little better in terms of true body shape. You want one that's got a little more angle to her shoulder. Then you want one that's got a monster big hip and a real big stifle in her and walks extremely wide going away. That's elegant in terms of her neck. It's a coin toss out here. You can do it in any different way that you want. I think the one that suits me second best today, that's a young lady right here that won this second class in this division here. Put your hands together and give her a round of applause. That was a real good pair in that class, and this young lady brings a stout featured one to the ring here that is bold in terms of her top and big in terms of her feet and good quality all the way through. Didn't have the look, didn't have the pin set as the one that beat her in class though, but one that doesn't weaken the lineup out here. And we gotta look at them, we gotta study them, and we gotta read and see what we got in terms of the total package out of it. I think the third best one in this division is the young lady in the lightest class out here. Congratulations to her.
Okay, for those that are left in the barns, winning the doe show today was J.C. Falkenstein from Labette County. Reserve champion was Cody McComb from Pratt County. And third came from the Class 11 was Lizzie Van Jar. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we will start with the meat goat show at 9 a.m.